Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everyone, and a very good morning. So we are in our second day of our conference. We'll be having a keynote by Prof. Sahari, and this will be moderated by Prof. Aino. So over to you, Prof. Aino.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, so we are in our second day. We are in our second day of the conference. So I am honored to introduce our keynote speaker for this morning, Professor Datuk Dr. Muhammad Sahari Nordin. I'll just give a very brief introduction of Prof. Datuk Muhammad Sahari. He's been with the university for more than 2 decades, but in fact he started his career as a school teacher for 14 years before he joined the university about 20 something years ago. Okay. I don't think Professor Sahari needs much introduction. Everybody knows him. He's not just a guru in education, but also he's known for his work in research as far as learning assessment is concerned. Okay. So without further ado, let me pass the screen to Professor Sahari for his keynote speech. Tafadhal.
Shukran, Professor Dean, my boss. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Can I share the screen, Brother Dr. Shamsul?
Yes, you may. Silakan.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Now, Prof. Chairperson, team of organizers, participant, thank you for having me with you this morning in this STEAM conference. The title of my presentation is something related to education and in particular assessment.
Prof, unmute, Prof. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I've been talking for the last few minutes. Okay, so let me start all over again. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, who is my Dean, Prof. Ainol. Thank you for introducing me. And thank you, Dr. Samsul and Dr. Azalina on behalf of the conference organizer for having me with you today. It's an honor to be in this STEAM conference. The topic of my presentation is about, I don't know whether it's right or wrong. The topic is about humanizing education, the rights and wrongs, again the same words, the rights and wrongs of learning assessment. Just to share my initial thoughts about things can be further improved for the sake of well-being, especially in this very hard living and working condition, as well as the sejahtera, which is the buzzword in IIUM right now of us as educators, as teachers, as professors, and education workers in particular. So with that topic, the expectation is that by the end of this presentation, we hope that the participant will be aware of the importance of humanizing assessment practices, apply humanizing assessment in instructional practices, and as much as possible, avoid misuse of assessment for learning. So these are the expectations of the presentation. hopefully it can give some useful input for us to be improving in our career as an educator. I hope my voice is clear enough because it seems to be very quiet, so I'm not sure if I'm talking alone. All right, this is the common belief, the statement up there. If man or society is to be humanized, it must be through education. But then we have seen this picture. I mean, this photo. I don't know what to call this. Definitely, you have seen this. There's a teacher there teaching several creatures: monkey, penguin, elephant, fish, and I don't know what's the one. And at the end, there, the end of the line is there's a goat. For a fair selection, everybody has to take the same exam. Okay, please climb that tree. That's the examination. That's the task. Imagine we are in this situation. What would you say if we are being forced to do this thing? Okay. Maybe I'll try another example, which is much closer to us, to us as educators. Let's say, suppose the organizer of this conference agree that you are going to be given a certificate, a graded certification of your participation. Okay, let me repeat. Suppose a graded certificates will be awarded to the participants. Let's say the grades being A, outstanding participant. That's for grade A. Grade B means productive participant. Okay, outstanding, productive. Grade C, well, we can say is somewhat committed participant. That's the descriptor. And grade D mean you need you need to be motivated, or you need more motivation to attend conferences. Let's say these are the 4 grades given. And then the task. Okay, let me try to spell out the task. That is, by the end of this conference, okay, or maybe let me be kind enough to extend the due date. At the end of this week, by Friday, okay, you are supposed to submit a report. Okay, well, maybe let me give you the title. The title of that report is the underlying dimensions. Let me repeat: underlying dimensions of perceptions towards the effectiveness of this conference. ICLET 2021. Okay, that's the task. Okay, so you are going to be given a grade on your certificate, and you have to complete the task in order to get the grade. Well, how do you feel about that? Suppose this is a reality. People going for grading these days. Maybe the conference participation can be graded in the future. Some people, maybe my friends is here, some people who's teaching at Kuliah of Education in IIUM, a few of them will be excited and very happy. They can do it within 1 hour, given the data. While some may cry, not knowing what to do. It's not only shouldn't be applied, this standardized kind of assessment shouldn't be applied to animals, even to us. Okay, which seems to be the things that we see in our education system. So for that reason, particularly since 1960s, there's a big movement trying to take this dehumanize education back to what it should be. That is a humanized education, and the process is known as humanizing education. Okay, why assessment then? We started with humanizing education, but why assessment? What is it? To most of us, we know it is a process of collecting, analyzing, and interpreting evidence of learning in order to make decision, in order to enable the instructor and students to decide where the students are, where they need to go, okay, what's the gap, and how best to get there, how best to reach the goals. Okay, that's what assessment is in a nutshell. And of late, research and scholars has been promoting the idea that assessment is a catalyst for improvement. Okay, is something that make a difference. It allows a transformation of education system, not just individuals but the system. In business and management sector, there's this rule of thumb which says that what gets measured or what get assessed gets managed, gets done. That's very common among people, even in tourism business. Okay, if you are interested in if you measure customers tourist loyalty, then after getting information and trying to do something about tourist loyalty, then there's very strong likelihood that the tourists will come back because you work on improving your service to the tourists. So in education, we have this thing since a long time ago. That is what we believe that what gets measured or what gets tested is what gets taught. We teach what lembaga peperiksaan or examination syndicate put in on the exam paper. Okay, that's what we teach. What gets taught gets learned. So we can just say that what gets assessed or what gets measured, what gets tested, that's what students learn. That's one reason another reason for the importance of assessment to be considered, because it do make a difference in how we practice and how students learn. And another point is that it's about human nature. A big number of people believe that every moment in our life we are being assessed. Okay, is something that we many of us reminding ourselves on this. Everything in what we say, in what we think, in what we feel, and in what we do, we are being assessed, either voluntarily or by default. We have no choice. Okay, so that's the reason for focusing this presentation on assessment, especially assessment for learning. Okay, to humanize education, it means we have to humanize assessment. There's a lot of things still in progress because we are just human beings. We try to approach the best thing that we can afford. So there's many things to be done. For instance, to humanize assessment, efforts are needed to address concerns related to assessment paradigm. Attention need to be given to the ontological and epistemological issues. And most of all, assessment must be built on human nature. Okay, talking about human nature, there's school of thoughts, there are people of different opinion based on their beliefs. And please take note that a big group of people, 1 in every 4 world's population share this belief. The intensity of what depending on their religion, their culture. Okay, these are the beliefs that may make a difference whether we are practicing humanizing assessment or not. For instance, about 25% of the world's population, at least, when I look at the data, maybe approaching 50% of the world's population believe that man's existence is not accidental. It's not a natural adaptation of organism. We believe that we are created to worship the Creator. That's a very fundamental belief. Worshipping goes beyond ritual practices. We are to gain His pleasure by promoting good and repel evil and harm. In everything, we have to enhance our faith and belief and protect life, lineage, intellect, and wealth. Okay, these are the belief that 25% at least of the world population hold. Not only that, we are being taught, guided, reminded, and given feedback directly. We don't have that opportunity, or indirectly through the holy books, through the scholars, through the ulama, about our worship of the Creator. Everyone is being assessed for us to learn and improve in what we say, what we think, feel, and do. This is the belief that underscore human existence to many of us. And mind ourselves that beliefs makes a difference in behavior. We are given feedback and feed forward about our intention and our practice, niyat and amal. We have the chance to redeem. Okay, that's the luxury that we enjoy. And we have the ability to choose whether, I mean, it's not something that we do by default, that we have no choice. We can choose whether to worship or not to worship. Okay, given this set of beliefs, it's not comprehensive. It's not, it doesn't cover all, but it's very useful in our thinking and in our planning and practice of assessment. We can try to simplify. As teachers, we have to make things easy. It can be designed in this progressive improvement of how we practice our beliefs. Start with our belief that we are being created simply to worship the Creator. And we know that we are taught and how to worship taught on how to worship the Creator, and worship present in everything we say, think, feel, and do. Not just one single source of evidence can be identified in how and we worship. And we are continuously being tested by the Creator, as stated earlier. And we are given feedback and feed forward for us to improve by in my kampung, in my village, we call it in order to tebus dosa, okay, redeem mistake. So that's the beliefs of the Muslim And somehow, I don't know, I didn't really pay attention to this. Maybe by design or by accident, the beliefs are manifested in the current in our classroom practices, particularly in the practice of assessment for learning. Okay, this being propagated by many researchers and scholars in the area of psychology, educational psychology, especially. And if we look at the practice of assessment for learning, we find these steps. Starting with the instructors are expected to determine the assessment objective and the task to be used in order to see whether learnings happen or not, followed by giving students feed forward. Okay, I'll try to say a few words on what it means by feed forward in a short while, followed by teaching. Okay, deliver the instruction and provide opportunities for students to demonstrate their mastery of the objectives. And concurrently, at the same time, we keep doing measuring and evaluating the students' performance. And at the same time, we may, or at the end of the instruction, provide feedback and again feed forward. And we are encouraged to allow students to perform error correction. Okay, looking at what we are doing and reflecting on the reasons for our existence, there seems to be some common themes, some common elements there, which we can see here. These are the steps to perform assessment for learning. We start with objective, provide feed forward, student perform, teachers teach, and we evaluate and give feedback. And if you can recall what human nature is all about, start with we are created simply to worship the Creator. So our nature is that we've been created for a purpose. There's an objective behind the creation, and that objective will be assessed throughout our life. And with that objective, we are being taught how to worship. Okay, and then we will can demonstrate that in what we say, what we think, what we feel, and what we do, even in our intention and our amal, and continuously being tested every single minute of our life. And we are given feedback and feed forward. Okay, Alhamdulillah, in Malaysia right now, we have these regular programs through mass media that keeps reminding us about who we are, where we are going, and what are we supposed to do in order to achieve success. Is the tie or the link between our beliefs about human nature and our practice of assessment. Maybe I stop here for a while. Maybe I need to react to some of these questions in the chat box. Let me see if I can.
Okay, Prof, I will collect the questions from the chat box.
All right.
Or maybe we just open. For now, there is none, but if there is any?
I've seen five responses.
Oh,
But it's
okay.
okay then. We'll put it.
Prof,
Okay,
I know.
thank you, Prof.
Yes.
Can I ask?
Yes, please. Dr.
Okay.
Azrul. Yes.
Thank you, Prof. Dato' Sari, my Shifu in assessment. So, I believe this session will benefit teachers, lecturers, and educators. And I'm interested when you talk about you try to relate the assessment with the purpose of life. This is quite interesting, where we need to look into this and focus on this also. But I have a few questions. Number one, talking about the assessment for learning.
Dr. Dean, actually I'm not done yet. There's a few more slides, or you want to wait later, or the question related to what I have.
It's okay. It's okay. I can wait. No problem. I listen to you first.
I think
Okay,
we'll leave it up to
maybe
you.
you're
You want to pick up the question
Yeah.
first, or you want to proceed?
okay, unless it's the question related to what I have stated earlier, Doctor.
Yes, I think Dr. Azrul is asking about
Okay,
something we have
then I'll
mentioned
proceed.
before. Yes.
Okay,
Because
thank
you
you.
mentioned about the assessment for learning, right?
Yes. Prof. Sahari. So the
Okay.
question is about
Yes.
assessment for learning. So maybe we can listen
Yes.
to the question first.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Talking about
Okay.
the
Yes. Okay. All right. I didn't cover that.
Okay, so maybe I can ask first, then you can explain later on. No problem. Okay.
Please.
So talking about the assessment for learning. Okay. My question is because I believe that one size can't fit all. So what role will students play in the design of the assessment or the assessment process? Okay, that's number one. Number two, what is the best practice or the best way to give feedback to our students? Because based on the literature, our students prefer direct feedback, while our teachers, they prefer indirect feedback. Maybe you can give enlighten us a little bit on how to deal with this issue. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor, for that question. Just that your voice breaking just now. I cannot really catch the question. I assume that I understand your question, so I give my response. Maybe later, before this session is over, I'll try to really understand your question. Well, I think the second question is about what's the best practice. As we have been discussing in our institution years ago, I think since early 2000, we come to a decision that in our context, the best practice of assessment is a balanced assessment. That is two types of paradigm: assessment of learning plus assessment for learning. What do we mean by balance? It depends on the nature of the course or the discipline or the content area, and the best person to decide will be the instructor, who is the expert in that content area. So while assessment of learning indicates the use of summative tools, summative measures such as quizzes, most of the time, tests, okay, mid-semester exam, final exam. These are summative in nature, whereas formative tools better fit for in the context of assessment for learning, because it gives us room to give feedback, and students can feed forward feedback, and students can do error correction and be recognized and being rewarded accordingly. So that's what I think about the difference between the two paradigm of assessment of learning, and assessment for learning. As you correctly stated, one shoe cannot fit all. Yes, so the person to decide is the person who have the content knowledge and who knows the students best. It's for the student to learn, not for us just to grade them. Maybe I missed the other question, or I missed the major questions that you asked me, because I was not able to catch your words clearly, Doctor. Maybe
We
later, Prof.
speak later, Prof. Why don't you finish your
Prof. Eno can
presentation?
instruct me on the question that you asked.
Prof, would you
Okay,
like to
can I
finish?
proceed now with the
Yes.
contents?
Yes, please.
Okay. So to approach humanizing education through assessment, yeah, thank you. To apply humanized assessment, these are the things that we have covered just now. First, define the objectives, and to ourselves, maybe to our student, we can clarify our need. We can tell students the usefulness of the assessment that we are going to administer to the students, we may even ask students about their what they prefer, and how they prefer to be tested or to be assessed. That's the correct word, to be assessed. And for assessment for learning to really be impactful, we have to plan. Okay? Every instructor must plan something or task which are meaningful, challenging, and engaging. Okay, in a short while, I'll share with you the tasks which are not challenging, neither engaging, maybe not meaningful at all. And this must be shared with students to the extent that both the students and teachers know how the results of the assessment are to be used. Okay, so most importantly is the niat, because the niat will put us in a position of our own being, of our situation in the context of human nature, in the context of our worship. So the niat must be clear, and there's no harm in telling students about the niat. Okay, we can even we can even share or clarify that the niat by saying the benefits of taking this assessment to take further courses in their education or in their career, how they can use the performance, the learning that takes place in this assessment in their future career. So that's how it can be extended. Then provide feed forward. Okay, that describes performance expectation in advance. Tell them exactly the targeted task. What are they supposed to do? When? How? Okay, this must be shared. It's not something to okay. There's been in the year early 2000, there was serious discussion about sharing a target task, because some of us at the university consider assessment as something very privilege to the lecturer, something that the lecturer owns. Okay, even to some of them, they consider that the results, the grades that students get, okay, is something maybe magical, mysterious, only lecturers and not the students. Only the lecturers know why the student get an A, the other student get a C grade. Not only about the task, but also the scoring or grading rubric. What makes an A? What makes an A minus? It's easy to classify a student's performance A or F. But how about A and A minus? What's the difference? Okay, this must be planned in the form of creating the scoring rubric, and again share this with our students. So students will be able to self-evaluate and grade their own work or their peers' performance correctly, maybe very close to what we are giving them. Okay, so they know by the day they submit their work, they know that the grade they can expect. And in the context of assessment for learning, students are to be given the opportunity to submit drafts, not just the final work. Okay, there are cases where lecturers claim that he or she is giving an assessment for learning in the form of writing a research report, but the grade is only based on the final report submitted a few days before the semester's over. So that's not assessment for learning. That's assessment of learning, which seems to be having problems with human nature. And then demonstrate and give examples of high quality works for them to see what makes an A or an A minus work. That's in the form of feed forward. And then guide and elicit performance from students. Guide them how to perform and get them to demonstrate their performance. All this, the evaluation, the assessment must be based on well-cooked instruction. Okay, we cannot rely on half-baked instruction and examine a student on that. So apply the appropriate teaching learning strategies, present content. So this is about instruction, not really the assessment part, but it's a must there. Just like what we have seen earlier in the human nature, we need to be instructed. Students present ideas, questions, students submit drafts as per schedule, and keep reminding students. That's another task. Keep revisiting the scoring rubric. Keep talking about the expectation. Okay, some people may not, some students may not like it, but that's our responsibility to remind them. And multi-method, multi-source, apply scoring rubric, and use criterion reference interpretation. Okay, here by criterion reference interpretation means that the grade or the score that we award the work must be based on the scoring rubric. Okay, we shouldn't apply the so-called grading on the curve. That is, only 10% of the student will get an A, 5% of students will fail. That is the misuse of assessment for learning. Okay, so it must be based on the criteria and the descriptor of the criteria that we have established in the scoring rubric. Provide feedback, tell students concretely what needs to be corrected as they submitted the earlier drafts. We keep telling them how they can further improve their work we should facilitate self-reflection, student self-evaluation, and peer assessment. These two things, self-reflection and peer assessment, are the current tools in they call it these tools even been awarded with high recognition in 2019, 2020, 2019 for being innovative tools of the year. And make sure that we provide concrete description about their work, and is immediate and constructive. Okay, by concrete means that we really pinpoint the strength and the inadequacy of students' work. Okay, and by constructive, it means we try to tell them how to improve. If we don't tell them how to improve,
Prof? Prof. Sahari?
We
Prof.
lost.
Sahari, we've lost you. Maybe I think it's the internet
Yeah.
internet issue. Okay, so I've collected a few questions here. So maybe we can open for a few questions. I will write it down. And then when Prof. Sahari comes back at the end of his presentation, we'll have the questions asked to him. Yeah.
I'm back.
Oh, okay. Sorry. All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay.
And immediate means there's some suggestion. This is funny sometimes. They say if is an extended kind of writing that students supposed to submit and less than maybe 2,000 words, then the feedback must be given within 48 hours. There's a literature on that. Okay, I remember when I was a student, an old student, this professor gave us weekly assignment of writing a 2-page paper about the concepts and transfer the meaning of the concept to our real life experience. That's the weekly assignment. And we are supposed to, we have 2 meetings per week for that course, and the assignment being given in the first meeting of the week, and we submit that in the second meeting, and in the next meeting, the following week, the first meeting in the following week, we get the feedback, written feedback. So I think they have conducted a series of research on how immediate should this assessment be. So the rule of thumb says that if it is an extended writing, then it should be within 48 hours. And one thing is that we may not really give comments. Some people are very idealistic. They start rewriting the students' work. The suggestion is that pay on the important aspects, the big aspects of that assignment, of that task, not the details, the minute details, grammar, spelling, handwriting. Okay, so that's another thing about feedback. For it to be effective, we have to make sure to students cried after getting your feedback. Some of us did that. We let our students feel guilty of that submission, and then in the end, it's not improving students' learning. Focus on the main things. That's another idea about feedback, and avoid superlatives, avoid big words. Excellent work, period. That's neither constructive nor concrete. Okay, and then another thing, as student, the progress, the process of assessment for learnings moving on, we tap on students' work and try to identify where they should go next. What are the future tasks and performance that can be can be the target of the current performance? Okay, meaning that what they learn now, where can they apply, either in new courses or new tasks or in their career? So capture on that. That is providing feed forward. That is, we tell students what and how to transfer the learned knowledge or skills.
Prof, I'm sorry, Prof, can you reshare the screen, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgotten. I've been kicked out of the Zoom. Let me see. I'm looking for. Okay, share screen. I hope you can see
now
my
we can see
screen.
your screen. Yes.
Alhamdulillah, thank you. So, okay, can I move to the other slide, maybe?
Okay, yes, please.
Okay. The last part is something about our nature too. That we are given the chance to mend errors. So we should practice this in our assessment for learning. Encourage error correction. This can only be done when we give assessment for learning, not assessment of learning. Okay, so there's a difference between that two. So encourage error correction, recognize error correction, and we can give new grades, better grades, to acknowledge that students put effort to correct their errors. So that's another point. And okay, that's the good things, the appropriate things about assessment for learning. I think I don't have much time anymore. So the assessment for learning, still we have this misconception and misguided practices. I just go through this very quickly. Number one, when we are uncertain how the results of the assessment to be used is a misguided practice. If you don't know how we are going to use the results for students' benefits, then we are not practicing the proper AFL, assessment for learning. We conduct assessment on the basis of half-baked instruction. Okay, we just mentioned that word, one particular concept, then we tested on that. Simplistic standardized tasks. Okay, simplistic, because assessment for learning means learning in the true sense of that word. It covers not only cognitive ability, covers also cognitive skill and even soft skills. So it's not just on the 6 domain of learning as prescribed by Bloom's. Okay, so assessment for learning calls for personalized, engaging, and challenging tasks, not standardized tasks. Simply using a series of tests. This is what happening when the country started with school-based assessment. Okay, and the teachers teachers understand that we must give assessment, if possible, weekly assessment, in order to provide evidence of continuous assessment. The word continuous assessment is the culprit here. So what teachers did is giving assessment. And one big professor commented this in a big conference. He said, from my understanding, this school-based assessment supposed to reduce tests, but now we have having more tests than before. There's the misconception and misguided practice. And even in the context of assessment for learning, still there are cases where we just measure students' lot, that is low order thinking, even in the cognitive assessment. Limited to measuring cognitive learning, not having clearly defined scoring rubrics, not sharing scoring rubrics with students, not doing a self and not encouraging, something is wrong here. Number 9, not encouraging students to conduct self and peer assessment, only using a summative evaluation to grade students' performance, even though we give them a one semester task to be complete, one semester duration to complete the task, but we'll only grade that at the end. There's no submission of drafts. Number 11, ineffective use of feedback and feed forward. Number 12, error correction is neither recognized nor rewarded. Number 13, mismatch between workload and mark or grade allocation. This is very common. Somebody that I know who's teaching instructional technology, students get excited learning new software. They spend at least 3-4 hours every day until the end of the semester, but the mark given to the final project is just 15% of the final grade. That's
right.
Yes.
Okay, we're almost there with time, but
Yes.
there are a few questions actually hanging. Can I give you 1 minute to wrap up, and then we entertain the questions?
I think I just have my final slide here.
Okay, all right, great. Then we will go for the questions.
Okay, with that, may Allah guide us on the correct assessment path. Thank you for being patient with me.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. So now we open for questions. There are a few questions that are on the screen. I think we'll go back to Dr. Azrul's earlier question regarding the feedback. So there are some teachers who are not sure whether to give the feedback that is direct or indirect feedback. Because some say students like or prefers to be given indirect feedback rather than direct feedback. And how do we reach? How do you know which is which?
Okay, I'm not sure what it means by indirect feedback, but if suppose the indirect feedbacks mean something evaluative in nature, such as good work, good effort. If that's what it means by indirect feedback, then it doesn't really, the literature, not me, the literature, I didn't do any study on that, but the literature suggests it's not as effective as giving concrete feedback. For instance, in a paragraph, there's a statement. In one paragraph that student presented to us, there's one statement that indicate maybe at postgraduate level, the gap in literature or gap in research on that phenomenon under study. Okay, and then by concrete and precise feedback means that we focus on that. Okay, we focus on that. This is a very good point. Okay, highlight that statement. This is a very good point. Okay, however, now it's very direct and very concrete. However, you have to add your interpretation. You have to add evidence. You have to provide citation for this statement in order to make it convincing. Of course, it's going to be lengthy, but at the same time, we are not focusing on aspects which are not important in the rubric. Focus on the important things in the rubric. Most of the time, at this level, at that level, we are not focusing on languages. So long we can understand, we can provide the indirect feedback on things which are not that important.
Okay, that's another question, Prof.
Yeah.
About the difference between standardized tasks versus engaging tasks. You mentioned about standardized tasks earlier, so.
Okay. Standardized tasks mean just like the example I have given earlier today. Everybody must submit a report on the perception towards on effectiveness of this conference. Okay, that's standardized. Everybody will do the same task. Okay, that is not really helpful in the context of human nature, because everybody has his or her own preference or inclination. Maybe the task is the same, but the substance, maybe the title or the method of submission. One person may put in writing, another person may put in graphic, or another person in video presentation. So we have to solicit students' input as well, even though at the end we are the one to decide. So that's the difference between. I'm not talking about standardized exam. I'm talking about standardized or unstandardized reference, which will be based on students' input.
Okay, thank you, Prof. There's another one, dialogic feedback. What's your opinion about it in terms of practicality? Dialogic feedback?
Mm-hmm.
This is from Dr. Shahrul Nizam.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, can you give, I have tried to get your perspective on what it means by the dialogic feedback, Doctor. Okay, can you share with us?
Dr. Shahrul Nizam? Would you like to elaborate on your question? Your question is, yeah, right, please.
Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Waalaikumsalam.
Dialogic feedback is also known as conversational feedback, where students also become active participant. They play an active role during the feedback session, where they can engage themselves, give their thoughts as well to what we think about their assessment. So this has been regarded as another effective method in making sure students also get a chance to to understand, to ask questions, and maybe defend their work. But what the biggest challenge is, it takes time. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, that's what I've been thinking from the very beginning. I heard that question. Actually, the problem is about the time. Maybe we have 100 students taking the course. However, they have examined this empirically. Okay, it can be effectively. It's good because it's conversation. I mean, not only on one-way feedback. The best way is to have tutorials, okay, where we assign our teaching assistant to help us to engage the student in this conversation. Okay, the leaders of the program or the kuliah should be familiar with this idea and try to find ways. I think I've shared a few years back how Stanford University apply this kind of assessment with students' active engagement in assessment, even though they have more than 1,000 students taking one particular course. They've done this with the assistance of senior undergraduates in small groups, tutorials. It can be done, and it's good. Of course, it's good, but at the same time, we have to be aware that it may consume more effort and student time. But if they are willing to spend time coming to tutorials, then why not? We are helping them to improve their skills and learning. Okay, thank you for that. So
Okay. All right, it's 10 o'clock. I don't have access to the YouTube. I'm sure there are a few other questions in the YouTube. And with YouTube, probably we can attend to the questions later. Okay, let's all give a round of applause to Professor Dr. Muhammad Sahari Nordin for his wonderful keynote on humanizing education, the rights and wrongs in learning assessment. We know that learning assessment is very much challenged during the time of the pandemic, and it's also the interest of everybody, all stakeholders, including parents, not just in school, but also other stakeholders outside the school, are very concerned about how children are doing in their education. And assessment is the testimony of whether learning and teaching is taking place accordingly in this challenge time. Okay, so with that, thank you again, Prof. Sahari. I'm sure there will be more questions later. Inshallah, we'll use other platforms so that we can have this course continued. So with that, thank you again, and thank you to the organizer for this conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Thank you,
Waalaikumsalam
Prof.
warahmatullahi. Thank you.
Terima kasih Prof. Prof. Sari dan Prof. Aino. Okay, we'll be having our next session of parallel sessions. If you look at the bottom part of your apps, you will see breakout rooms. Just choose the rooms which is the one you are designated for. There will be a moderator and also a co-host there to help you out. Okay. Have a good one. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenapasi oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like. In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
are a place of accomplishment. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik Kuliah Kejuruteraan dan Kuliah Teknologi Maklumat Komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned. Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
are a place of accomplishments.
Recognize Islamic finance.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers in records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
Kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this, when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022, and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
We are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
Together we
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk dua penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. Dua anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects. Through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon to all of you. So basically now we're going to take a short break and please be in this Zoom meeting room again at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much and have a good lunch ahead. Thank you so much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everyone. I hope you had a good session. So we have our next event. We have our very prestigious, distinguished professor, Prof. Kozak from Turkey. And this session will be moderated by Dr. Nur Shuhada. And I invite Dr. Nur Shuhada, please, to start the moderation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Samshul. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, honorable speaker. Okay, thank you. Honorable speaker, Professor Dr. Metin Kozak, distinguished guests, presenters and participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I would like to welcome everyone to this afternoon session of Tourism Keynote Speech. I am Nur Shuhada Muhammad, will be your moderator for this afternoon. So this is a 1 hour keynote session, will end at 4 p.m. Malaysian time. Okay. In this occasion, we are going to have a speech on the nature of tourism studies, suggestion for the future from our honorable guest, Professor Dr. Metin Kozak. Okay, before we proceed, allow me to share with everyone the background of our honorable speaker. Professor Dr. Metin Kozak is currently a professor at Dokuz Eylül University, Turkey. He was a visiting professor and research fellow in several well-known universities around the world, including Hong Kong Polytechnic Universities, Bournemouth Universities, UK, and some other well-known universities in US. He is also the co-editor of Anatolia, a well-known tourism journal, and serve as an editorial board member of over 20 index journals. His expertise is in quality management, destination management and marketing, as well as consumer behavior. Okay, without waiting any longer, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Metin Kozak to deliver his keynote speech. The floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you very much, No, and Abdul Latif. Thank you also for your invitation. Good morning from Turkey. It's almost 10 o'clock now in Turkey, Turkish time. Well, I'm not sure if I can keep the speech, the presentation about 1 hour, but if it could be less than 1 hour, then I'm sure there will be more opportunities, more time for our audience to ask any questions or to make comments regarding the content of my speech. So, no, could you please give me the control to start my presentation, my slide shows.
You can share the screen, Professor.
Okay,
Yes.
I will do it now. Okay, just a second, please. Okay, is it clear for you? Is it big enough, large enough?
Can you make it full screen?
Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see it. Is it possible for you to make it full screen?
Full screen, okay, just a second, please. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, sorry, no. As we know, well, in the last 15 or 16 months, we have been delivering, different speeches or presentations or lectures in different conferences, lectures and, different meetings, either national or international through the, information technology. So that's why we had, because, it is much, easier and simpler than being somewhere in person to arrange this kind of webinars or conferences. So we have so many invitations over the last past year, and I don't want to talk too much about publishing papers, quality of papers and so on, or any this different part of tourism as a academic or practical subject. It was a couple of months ago when somebody from a Turkish university invited me to give them a lecture about tourism, and then I said, okay, let's do something about the interdisciplinary nature of tourism research or tourism studies, and how we can make tourism more, let's say, scientific, more research oriented, and how we can improve the quality of tourism studies. So I prepared this slide for them, and just last night I revised some parts because some parts were related to Turkish tourism studies. So I just tried to make it more international oriented. Now let's start from the first one. So this is the paper that we published in the Journal of Tourism History a couple of years ago. It says tourism can be either inter or multi or transdisciplinary research field. So I will now explain what each of these subjects, what is the transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and multidisciplinary research. Transdisciplinary, as we know, it is originally developed, the subject is originally developed by one discipline, but used by many other disciplines. Like we have so many theories, created or developed in a particular subject or field, but we use, almost in every part of, fields in social or other sciences, like Hofstede's theory, Maslow's theory, Fishbein's planned action theory, and so on. So there could be thousands of, this kind of theories that we can also, not perhaps thousands in tourism, but there could be hundreds of theories that we have already applied them into tourism field. The multidisciplinary research means the scholars from different disciplines work independently on a common problem, but as the supplementary knowledge. So this is something, the combination of, consumer behavior research between consumer behavior and tourism studies, or different types of heritage, culture, heritage, nature-based tourism, and so on. So this can be more multidisciplinary research subjects that we can explore further. So there are people, the scholars from different disciplines, but they come and do some research in tourism. Interdisciplinary study, interdisciplinary research means the scholars from two or more disciplines collaborate on a real problem in a certain field. Like, there are also theories in sociology, psychology, economics, or there are particular subjects that they commonly investigate or work to explore them further, or investigate them further. But we also benefit from these fields, fields of sociology, psychology, economics, geography, and many. So in the next few slides, I will also discuss how tourism studies or research is, supported, scientifically supported by other fields. Yes, for example, here, when we look at this slide or this table, these two tables, we can see that from the academic side of tourism studies, we can go back to the almost 1 years ago, almost a century ago, to Glucksmann. Glucksmann is a German, comes from a German school of, let's say, tourism. And he was actually an economist, but did some research, or let's say some publications on tourism and tourism economics beginning from 1915. So it is more than a century. Then we can see Muziker, Kraft, Krependorf, Mazenek, Medlik, Archer. They are, a mixture of both, British and German schools of tourism studies. Then we can see Eric Cohen, Descartes, McKenna, Abraham Pizam, or Jonuri in sociology, and they have tried to combine sociology with tourism studies. In geography, we can see Butler, Gunn, Jeff Wall. In anthropology, Jafari, Graburn, and Waldin Smith. In psychology, Hunt, Isahala, Pollock, Woodside, and so on. So you see, some of these people are still, doing research on these particular fields, but then, we can say that, or we can at least suggest that tourism has borrowed, many different, approaches or theories from other major disciplines such as, geography, anthropology, psychology, sociology, and so on. So as the people, as the scholars, studying tourism in the field of tourism, I think we should express our, good feelings to and appreciation to all the scholars who help the development of tourism as a scientific field so far, until so far. And if you look at the second table, so this is what we prepared a couple of years ago by checking the contents of the editorial board of Annals of Tourism Research as the top tier journal, as the strongest. Still, it is the strongest journal, in tourism now. So look at the year of 1996, 25 years ago. We couldn't see any person, any scholar representing tourism and hospitality. It was zero. And academics, I think, was the primary field that was, represented on the editorial board of Annals of Tourism Research. But if you look at now in 2015, the proportion of scholars from tourism and hospitality was 13%. You see, it should have been, I think, I didn't check the current, status of editorial board members now, but I'm sure it might be, I think, higher than 13%. So it means in the beginning, we mostly benefited from other fields, like, thinking that tourism is an interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary field of studies. Then, perhaps beginning from 1990s or early this century, tourism has started to stand on its own legs, on background. So we are still working, to develop different approach, or not able to, develop any theory specific on tourism, but trying to, develop different approach, that are primarily helping the tourism industry or tourist behavior to find the solutions for them, or at least to understand the cause of the outcomes in practical terms. This was, I think it was in May 2020 last year, from the journal The Economist. It says height, speed, science. These are kind of critiques about the fastest growing of publications in all fields because of the appearance of COVID-19. And as we know, just beginning from last March or April, many people, not only in tourism or social science, but in almost all fields, we have started, doing research or making publications to understand how COVID-19 may have impacted the human life or the the industries and so on from different perspectives. So this is a kind of critics. You see here, still we can see how the fields, different fields, can be more transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary. From by looking to the same issue from the different perspectives, from the different fields. So yes, we also published a couple of papers, conceptual papers, critical papers, by combining tourism and health sciences, suggesting that tourism should be investigated, or the tourism studies should be taken care of by the perspective of interdisciplinary studies, by making the link between tourism and other fields. So here on this paper, we just try to emphasize the importance of interdisciplinary studies between tourism and health sciences in the context of COVID-19. And this is the second study again, that we published, emphasizing the interdisciplinary, nature of tourism and health sciences through COVID-19. So it was also published a couple of months ago in the European Journal of Management and Business Economics. So, well, as we see, tourism, I think, has had not very long, historical background. So it is, compared to other fields, many other fields, I think tourism is still a very young, field, subject or discipline to study. Could be, well, it is not still, mature. So I think we should think about, we should consider the quality or the content or type of studies in tourism field from this perspective. So that's why we need to collaborate, more with other disciplines. There should be similar problems in other fields, the other similar fields of social sciences, but specifically in tourism, especially perhaps over the last 10 or 20 years, we have started, experiencing different problems. We have so many journals, which are, more quality-oriented or not quality-oriented. There are too many different organizations. There are too many schools around the world, tourism schools. Some schools or some countries are able to recruit, find students, potential students to work, to study tourism first and then to work in the industry. But in some other countries, and this has become a problem now, to recruit students, and to make tourism industry as an attractive, industry to find a job. So this, some, the young generations in some countries may not be very, let's say, keen on, studying tourism because of different reasons. And I think the most, the primary reason should be the economic, reasons, because of the unsustainability of, tourism industry. So we also publish more articles, and there's this is, I think, the beginning of the discussion, the debate. If what we are doing, how we make contribution to the human life and the industry itself by publishing more articles and so on. And on the other end, because many people want to publish, so we need more journals, we need more time, we need more sources like reviewers to handle with this, the quality of these submissions, so papers and so on. And if we have more schools, more students, this means, our administrative work load has also been, increased. So as the academics, not only the industry people, not the, the people in the industry may have, problems, overload problems, but the academia also has many problems now that has emerged because of, increasing demand in, the number of students, in the number of schools, and in the number of, let's say, publications as books or articles. So some countries now have, introduced different incentive systems to motivate, to encourage the employees, their academic staff, to produce more outcomes in academic terms. So there should be a kind of debate whether the scientific outputs of publications have lost their values, and if the academia has become more mechanic. Yes, so this is the, let's say, this is a kind of, graph to summarize what I just, told. So we are now trying to follow the craft, publishing, studies almost in the same, on the same subjects, using the same methods, perhaps, reaching the similar findings or results. And in the end of the day, I think there should be a kind of limited contributions to our communities, to the welfare of our communities, both in the academia and also in the industry. From the academic side, I think we are not able to. This is what I can observe from the content of publications. I think we are not able to, see a complete picture of studies in tourism. So we should think about different options, solutions to make these pictures more complete or more, let's say, research oriented and also problem oriented. So I don't want to talk too much about this. Yes, I already mentioned about the the quality of articles versus less quality of articles and so on. The system is not complete because we have more papers but less reviewers, citations. Yes, this is important, especially from the perspectives of how we can strengthen the quality of tourism publications, against other fields in social sciences. So far, we have, imported knowledge from other fields, other disciplines. Now we can also export. We can start exporting knowledge to other fields. Okay, so this is the statistics. This is the figure. 46% of papers published. In 2020, yes, the 46% of citations given to papers in Anatolia was belong to non-tourism journals. So that means the papers in Anatolia receives 46% citations in non-tourism journals. So it means almost half of the paper citations that Anatolia receives belongs to non-tourism journals. So these papers are cited, yes, both in tourism and non-tourism journals. So this is an indication that the papers in tourism also can get citations in non-tourism journals. By doing this, we can also import. We can also export knowledge or what we produce to other fields. And yes, this is the distribution of fields citing the papers in Anatolia. You see mainly from management, environmental studies, sustainability, technology, environmental sciences, business and management, same, sociology, economics, geography, and other parts of social sciences. So by looking at this table, we can see that tourism may have a close relationship or neighborhood relationship between, between business and management studies, environmental studies, sociology, geography, technology, economics, and so on. So this should be the top fields, that may collaborate with tourism studies. Yes, so this is again, but this is the whole year. In the last 18 years, this is the only in 2020. So the percents or the numbers are different, but the logic is almost the same. And yes, this is another problem in our field. I am not sure about what happens in other fields, of social sciences, but in tourism, many journals now have started publishing only articles, full articles, empirical papers, but they don't care about the other, let's say, other parts, other departments, like publishing research notes, book reviews, or conference notes, and so on. So, I mean, this makes the system to become more mechanical and more, let's say, perhaps commercial, or perhaps more, let's say, individualistic, opportunistic. So, if you need any kind of benefits, either let's say financial, economic, and so on, or just based on the the promotion of positions and so on, people just want to publish more empirical papers. But we should also to keep the strength of the field, we should also pay attention to writing and publishing different sections. So research notes, for example, could be also more valuable to making contribution to the field. So this is the part of our paper that we produced a couple of years ago by looking at the SSCA journals in tourism. Most of these journals have stopped publishing extra additional parts, sections, and they just publish more empirical papers. But in numbers, it is less because of the fear of impact factors. And this is how the tourism academia, has been, improving or progressing. So, looking at the 1970s and before, the number of average authors per paper is about 1.10. It's almost one. So it was, well, the papers were mainly written by one single author, but now it is about 3 authors. So people now have become together to collaborate and contribute to writing, let's say, co-author papers. And these people, or these authors may be from either tourism itself, or they may collaborate from different disciplines, publishing their outputs, research outputs in tourism and hospitality journals. So this is the paper by, led by Michael Hall. So it is, it was written by 52 authors. So this is the single paper in tourism that has the highest number of co-authors. So this is the second, I think, paper with the highest number of co-authors. We see, if you look at the content of you look at the title of these papers, you can see they are mostly about, climate change or sustainability. So they are more about, environmental part of tourism studies. So yes, environmental studies, sustainability, climate change and so on, they need more efforts, more inputs. So that's why we need perhaps more collaboration if we want to study on this subject. Distribution of studies by major countries, you see now, these are the top 10 countries publishing the highest number of papers in the last 75 years, not only in the last 20 or 30 years, since 1940s, since the end of Second World War, since the beginning of tourism studies, since the beginning of tourism research, since the beginning of tourism discipline as an academic discipline or academic field. Okay, so well, if you go back to the beginning of this tourism as an academic field, so it means this is 1940s, where we can see more people studying tourism in Switzerland, in Germany, in Austria, like Unzike, and there are some also his colleagues, not publishing perhaps empirical papers, but at least trying to emphasize tourism as an academic field, specifically in economics. So they try to combine tourism and economics, perhaps to start the first interdisciplinary nature of tourism studies in our field. So yes, you can see Portugal, United Kingdom, Canada, Turkey, Germany, Croatia, China, Spain, France, United States, and Netherlands. You see there are not only these very developed countries like United States or United Kingdom, Canada, and so on, but we can also see some other countries paying more attention to advancing the quality or the content of academic tourism studies, like Croatia. Well, Turkey, it is good for Turkey because Turkey also has been publishing a lot of papers on tourism in the last 20 years. Portugal, they are also doing very well. Netherlands, yes. Spain, it's quite usual for them because Spain and France, United States, they are the number one countries in tourism, in international tourism. So this is quite logical or normal for them. When we look at the type of subjects that we have produced in tourism so far, you see main innovation, tourist behavior, international tourism, sustainability, governance, globalization, economics, gender, medical tourism, ethics, and so on. And there are also some others like management, culture, heritage, destinations, information systems. So this is the whole picture of tourism research that we have produced in the last 75 years. So this is what we have done now, okay? This is what we have accomplished. So by looking at the distribution of these titles, these subjects, we can also make the decision how tourism has become more transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary, okay? So culture and heritage, for example, if you want to study on this subject, perhaps we should collaborate with somebody in anthropology, in sociology, or in, let's say, culture studies. In environment, yes, environmental studies and perhaps sociology. Information systems, perhaps, we should collaborate with the, field of technology or IT and so on. Medical tourism, so definitely there is a kind of, collaboration with health sciences. And this is another fine, outputs out of our paper that we just published in Current Issues in Tourism, you see. And this is this is also the summary of the previous slide. You see there are, the subjects on geographical and development, business and international management, culture studies, education, sociology, economics, part of social sciences, marketing, transportation, development, planning, and so on. So again, these are the potential subjects that we can collaborate with the related, scholars in related fields to make the, the outputs of our research more, stronger and also more impactful and more, let's say, problem oriented. And these are if you look at the second side of the slide, we can see which methods we have used in tourism studies so far. You see only questionnaires and surveys. This is number one now. Second is network analysis, which is good. Regulation, okay, it's a part of quantitative methods. Qualitative, yes, that's okay, well, compared to the total number. But you see, there are also some emerging, methods like panel data and big data that we can see this kind of methods, data collection methods in the near future. So tourism, that means tourism is able to, follow what happens, in the world, in the life, and also in the academic life. So the people in tourism, the scholars in tourism studying, doing research, on tourism, they are also able to follow, what happens in their fields, and they also try to benefit from this kind of new emerging, methods to improve the quality of their research outputs. I don't know what time is it. It is yes 10:40 in my time, so I should summarize perhaps in 5 minutes. So this is this is in Turkish. I'm sorry about, but this is the figure, the graph indicating how people, the scholars, in Turkish universities have become less productive when they get their full professorship degree position here. You see, this is associate professor. This is, this is the PhD student, and also assistant professor, associate, and full professor. You see, this is number of publications. It is getting lower and lower. So this is the proportion of interdisciplinary papers in Turkey. So this is the international, the number of interdisciplinary papers published in international journals. So this is in the domestic journals in Turkish. You see, we collaborate with other fields, but mostly, in the domestic side. But international, I think we need to put more efforts to increase these figures. This is the number of years again. And this is also, yes, the proportion of interdisciplinary co-authored papers, published in international journals. You see, it is not stable, just, fluctuating, down and ups. So this is the domestic publications. And this is the proportion of interdisciplinary studies all over the world, internationally, and this is what we have in Turkey. You see, it is not stable either. So that means we should also put more efforts to make this more stable. And this is I think, yes, which is Australia, Netherlands, Canada, Switzerland, Spain, and Sweden, and so on. These are the countries paying more attention to interdisciplinary studies compared to some other countries. In Turkey, you see, it is lower than these first countries. And this is by the proportion of fields. This is, which one is, I think, that one, the last one. This is the social sciences. And this is the medical sciences. You see, in medical sciences, people collaborate more, but in social sciences, I think this is the least collaborated, field. So we should, in social sciences, I think we should collaborate more with other fields. So this is, these are the figures only. for Turkey, not internationally. So just to make it clear. Yes, the suggestions for the future. So what we can do is we should understand, the right way to explore the reality and nationality of human behavior, because mostly in social science, what we do is trying to understand human behavior, like human life. So we should find the different, the more, let's say, impactful, more, productive and more reliable ways to explore the nature of human life. We should also understand human behavior in its natural settings. So questionnaires or interviews may not help us to understand their natural settings, the reasons of their natural behavior. So we should try to explore different ways, and perhaps we can also collaborate with other fields to emphasize, to make it stronger in terms of the quality of outputs. We should also explore how to be understood is, well, here what I mean is how to be understood is more important than what to be found. So, okay, in every context of studies, we may reach a conclusion and output a result, but this is not important. What is more important is how we can reach this output, this result, and if the approach, if the method, if the way to use is reliable, or stronger, that help us to reach, the final output. So we can, well, just to summarize, we can do more interdisciplinary studies in the future in tourism. So I think this is what we will do. It seems that, and we can also collaborate, with different people from different fields and on different subjects. And we can use more multiple scenarios like in other journals, Journal of Marketing, Marketing Research, Consumer Research. We can apply more longitudinal studies, so we can, test the same, study in different contexts, in different samples, in different times, and so on, and just to make sure if the results are consistent across different times, different locations, and so on. We can use mixed method, more mixed methods, and triangulation methods. Ethnography and ethnography, you see, I think they are more helpful to observe the sample in their natural settings. And in tourism studies, autoethnographic studies, autoethnographic methods are not very welcome, but I think we should also encourage these scholars, tourism scholars, to write more papers. I tried to write a couple of papers using autoethnography, but it was so difficult for myself to publish these papers in tourism journals. Well, I think we should open more to welcome this kind of submissions. And yes, I think we cannot escape using big data in the future. I think we have just started making discussions about how we can apply big data in tourism. And I'm sure in the next 5 years, I think, or less than 5 years, in tourism, we will have more and more papers or publications using big data. And perhaps then this could be the final, let's say, output of what I am seeing here, what I am suggesting here, by emphasizing the collaboration, the collaborative studies or co-authored studies between different fields, including tourism. So this is what I can tell you now. And if you may have any comments or questions, I think we can share in the next 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Professor Dr. Metin Kozak, for such informative and wonderful sharing. Do you have anything more to share, or should we open for the Q&A? Okay, I think we are now open for the Q&A. If there's anybody want to give want to provide some question or anybody want to share their opinion, you are allowed to do so in the chat box. Okay, in the meantime, I have one question to Professor Metin Kozak. You have mentioned in your presentation that the output of scientific publication nowadays has lost their value, in which you also indicate that become more mechanic. Okay, from your opinion, what is the key problem in our scientific publication? Is it a problem? Is it just a problem of quantity over quality, or is actually more than that?
Well, I think the problem, as I just emphasized in this presentation, I think the main problem is I think we don't know what we are doing, or what we are trying to reach in our field. So this brings the question of we call it the dilemma of quality or quantity. Yes, in the beginning, perhaps we started, when we started, studying tourism or doing research on tourism, it was our first, perhaps, mission to contribute to the quality of tourism studies, and this is the the direct, perhaps, mission, and indirectly we also aim to contribute to the welfare of the communities that we live in, and also the industry. But in the end of the day, because of perhaps too many uncontrollable or less valuable publications, outputs, we as the academic world, we have received too many critics with the quality of our publications. So the question is, okay, you produce too many publications, articles, and so what is the benefits of this? What are the benefits of this publications, or what is the contribution of this all this research? So yes, we produce more, but this let's say productions, or let's say publications, do not touch their legs on the ground. The ground means the real life, the human life. So we should, well, there should also be a kind of collaboration, between the academia and industry. And there are so many countries, that are able to achieve this mission. In developed countries like America, many parts of Europe, in Australia, in China, in Hong Kong, there's a very nice, very strong type of collaboration between the academia and industry. So perhaps they might be proud of themselves, because when they produce the outcomes, research outcomes, they can explain this to the industry. The industry people can understand what the academia is doing. So we should widen these kind of practices across the world, by including many other countries. Then perhaps we can talk about the value of quality and also the value of quantity. Now, this is a kind of supply and demand. We have many demand, but sorry, we have the supply is more than demand, and then because of this, the value of supply is less valuable. Let's say less, valuable. And I shouldn't say less expensive, but it's less valuable or not valuable, because there are too much, let's say, outputs. So we should. That's why I'm trying to emphasize the value of interdisciplinary studies here, at least to strengthen the value of our research outputs. Okay, we can produce more and more, but at least the quality can also become more, let's say, much richer and stronger.
So what you mean is that there is actually a clear mismatch between the issue that the industry is facing and what we scholars actually publishing, or the solution that we give is actually doesn't actually match with the one that the industry face. Is it like that?
Well, yeah, this is I think another, let's say, we should say the missing link, I think, between the industry and academia. I think, yes. In the second stage, I think we should also understand what they are doing or what they're trying to achieve. Then we can revise or replace or reposition our studies based on what they are expecting, from the academia or from the real life. I'm studying marketing or consumer tools behavior. So when I produce an empirical study, based on the feedback that I get from different people as consumers or decision makers in the industry, my research outputs should bring some new ideas or, let's say, benefits for this industry people, at least to, let's say, to make it more, let's say, useful for the future of their industry life. Well, medicine, medical sciences, I think they are very, very good at doing these kind of things because of the the profile of their patients, because patients they have to be in the hospital and there's a kind of treatments and so on. So there's a kind of very strong collaboration between the patients, or let's say the industry, and the academia in medical sciences. But in tourism, well, there is too much difference, gap, between these two parts.
In the meantime, while waiting for if there's any other question, I have one more things to ask. Okay, as we know that tourism industry is a multidisciplinary, that's why you have mentioned just now that a lot of the theories in the tourism studies, they are adopted from the different fields such as geography, business, ecology. So adopting theories from the other field. So is it a good scenario for the tourism, the scholarly the environment, the scholarly environment of tourism? Is it a good scenario? Would this adoption actually be compatible with what the actual scenario of tourist behavior? And is it a healthy scenario for tourism scholars?
You mean doing transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary studies in consumer behavior, tourist behavior? Well, yes, it's healthy because if you are, as I said, we are just trying to understand the human behavior, the reasons behind their behavior, the reasons behind their actual behavior. Why? The question is, for example, why I am satisfied with my holiday in Kuala Lumpur. So this is the output, actual output, okay, actual behavior. So I am satisfied, but there should be reasons. And the reasons should be more, let's say, diverse. Just because of the quality. Well, I visited Kuala Lumpur, I think two or three times. And my first visit to Kuala Lumpur, it was 2007, 14 years ago in July this time. And it was because of a conference in Kuala Lumpur by the University of Mara. No, I think Mara, I think, yes. Yeah. And I stayed there almost a week. And it was well, except the weather conditions, because it was too hot and humid. Okay, I couldn't go out and walk too much. And I had to take a taxi always. So it was, well, except the weather conditions, I had a very let's say, good stay in Kuala Lumpur. The hotel was very, very nice, swimming pool. We went to this Malacca city, this cultural, city, this village, small, And we had also very nice lunch in a small family home in this Malacca village. So I had very good memories. But this is, the output of my stay in Kuala Lumpur. Different people from different disciplines can look at my experience in Kuala Lumpur from different perspectives. Okay. And if this visit to Kuala Lumpur makes me more, let's say, happy, and this is the field of psychology or medical sciences. Or if I didn't spend too much money in Kuala Lumpur, the person in academics should ask me why I didn't spend too much money. I didn't spend because they covered all my, spendings, all my costs. So I didn't spend money for, food and everything. So I just bought some, technical things and so. But there was no reason to spend more money. And there should be some, the lunch in Malacca city village. It was very nice. The family was very, helpful, hospitable, friendly, communicative. So this is the part of, let's say, anthropology or culture or sociology, there was a kind of interaction, and we danced, we made a dance in the village, in the garden of this house. Then we went to a museum and so on. Okay, so there was a kind of everything that we can experience, with the same stay, with the same whole day. So everybody, in tourism, that's why tourism is in the middle of all fields. Everyone can come and benefit from the outputs of our experiences, our human experiences, our research experiences. So this is what I'm trying to say here.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor. So right now it's approaching, it's already 4 o'clock, 4 p.m. So we have already reached at the end of our session, since there's no more question. So let's give a round of applause to our honorable guest, Professor Dr. Metin Kozak, for his sharing and suggestion for the future in tourism studies. I'm sure that all of us benefited, will be able to get benefit and understandings of what to be looked into in producing quality scientific papers in line with the future needs. So thank you everyone for your attention. So I now pass the session to the organizer.
Thank you very much, Anu and Abdul Latif. Okay.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Shoda. Thank you, Prof, for that very interesting insights on tourism. Okay, we are supposed to have our virtual tourism segment at 4 o'clock. But unfortunately, I'm very, very sorry. There is unforeseen circumstances which we could not avoid, and that event need to be postponed to another time. So therefore, no worries. Inshallah, okay, we will probably find some time to do it again. Just to remind you, tomorrow will be our third day. We will be having another keynote in Arabic, but I invite all of you to come, because it will be the subtitles in English will be available. So it is yes, it is available, and it will be very useful for everyone, because everyone can understand that. Yes. Of course, we also have one more parallel session tomorrow, and then we'll announce the best papers and presentations as well. I mean, new presentation at the end of day 3 tomorrow. So I hope you've enjoyed your virtual conference experience so far. Although there are a little bit of mishaps here, but yes, we are learning to be to reduce all that. So yes, thank you very much everyone for being here. Thank you very much for your time and your attention. So we'll see each other again tomorrow at in the morning. It's at 9 o'clock. Yes. So inshallah we'll see you tomorrow again. Assalamualaikum.
Bye-bye.